That's, I know.
Hello.
Hey, Jerry.
Not much in there.
All righty, I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. As always, we start our meetings off with a word of prayer. Mr. Cox?
Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for allowing us to gather here today. We thank you for all that you've done for us, all you blessed us with. We also just can't thank you enough for our Easter holiday and dying on the cross for us. Resurrect and be with us as we make these decisions and help lead, guide, and direct us. In Jesus' name, amen.
States. Two. It stands. One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
It's kind of funny.
Dr. Millsap, check our quorum.
Right. Good morning, everyone. So go ahead and call the roll if I might. Miss Bechtel,
Here.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Here.
Mr. Cox, Mr. Booth. Okay, and we'll note that Mr. Booth is participating remotely today. And Mr. Turman.
Here.
All right, Ms. Chair, you have a full count, as they say.
Next, we have the approval of the agenda. Does anybody have anything you want to add to it?
Mr. Chair, if I might, it's not an addition, but it's a request to move the order around a little bit. You'll see under new business 11A, you have a proclamation for April 23rd to 29th, 2023, National Crime Victims' Rights Week. And the folks that would want to see this happen and potentially address it are here with us now at 8:40. So if it's all right with y'all, we would suggest moving them further up in the agenda since they're so kind to come.
You want
At this
to
time.
do the A and B at the same time? That's why, yeah,
Okay.
that's why I won't look over it. I'll come back around.
So I don't know if you want to move that
We can do
before
that.
the presentations or wherever, or after the approval of the minutes, whatever. I don't see Dr. Wheeler or Mr. Clark here, so maybe earlier.
Let's do them before the disbursements.
Okay.
I'm sure these ladies have got something else they'd like to do.
So we'll move them right after you all hopefully approve this agenda and before the disbursements.
Okay.
So they would be the new number 6, I guess,
All righty.
or 5A.
Anyone else have anything? Make a motion to approve.
I'll move to approve the agenda as has been amended.
I'll second.
Motion second, call the roll.
All right, on the motion to approve the agenda for the April 11, 2023 regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors as amended, Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
thank you, and Mr. Turman.
Yes.
All right, your agenda is approved as amended.
All righty, next we'll take up our proclamation of April the 23rd through the 29th is National Crimes Victim Rights Week. And I'm going to read that for us.
It reads, Proclamation, April 23rd through 29th, 2023, National Crime Victims' Rights Week. Whereas the term victim is more than just a label and has legal standing and protections that go along with it. Whereas Crime Victims' Rights Act, passed here in Virginia and at the federal level, guarantee victims the right to meaningfully participate and use their voice in the criminal justice process. Whereas victim service providers, advocates, law enforcement officers, attorneys, and other allied professionals can help survivors find their justice by enforcing these rights. Whereas including and elevating the voices of survivors makes certain that they are heard and seen and creates a path to forging and sustaining community trust. Whereas engaging survivors creates responses and services that are credible, meaningful, and centered on individual needs. Whereas National Crime Victims National Crime Victims Rights Week provides an opportunity to recommit listening to crime survivors in every space where decisions are made that could impact them. And whereas Radford City, Floyd County Victim Witness is hereby dedicated to amplifying the voices of survivors and creating an environment where survivors have the confidence they will be heard, believed, and supported. Whereas the County of Floyd is hereby dedicated to building partnerships with trusted sources of support, including community leaders, religious groups, schools, and other agencies to better reach and serve all victims of crime. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors for the County of Floyd does hereby proclaim the week of April 23rd through 29th, 2023 as Crime Victims' Rights Week and reaffirm our commitment to creating a victim service and criminal justice response that assists all victims of crime throughout the year, and expressing our sincere gratitude and appreciation for those community members, victim service providers, criminal justice professionals who are committed to improving our response to all victims of crime so they may find relevant assistance, support, justice, and peace.
Ladies, the floor is yours.
I'm Sarah Campbell. This is Teresa McKenzie. I'm the director of the Floyd County Rapid City Victim Witness, and Teresa is our assistant. She handles all the Floyd County cases, and I work in the Rapid City courts. And we are just appreciative of your support of the program. The program is a grant program. It's a 2-year grant that I write every 2 years. And it costs nothing to the County of Floyd. Actually, it all goes through the city of Radford. It's always been like that for some reason. But just thank you for acknowledging National Crime Victims' Rights Week. And I'll also give a plug on April 22nd at 9 o'clock at Visit Park in Radford City. We are hosting our 3rd annual 5K. It's a run walk. It's completely free. So we would love to see some friendly faces come out. Last year we had a really good showing, and we hope to continue to grow the 5K every year just to bring awareness to crime victims' rights. Thank you.
I'm not trying to date you, sir, but how long you been doing this? I remember when you started way back and you was,
I started at the Floyd County Sheriff's Department when I was 12 years old.
that's what I was thinking, you was preteen.
I was preteen, and I got my little work card, and I worked all through college at the Sheriff's Department. And then I got a job straight out of college, pretty much in the victim witness field, and I'm about to turn 40, so a while. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for your dedication.
Sarah, if I might, can I ask you to repeat the date so we can make sure we have it, the 5K?
April 22nd at 9 o'clock at the Bissett Park in Rafford, Virginia. And the reason we're hosting it in Rafford is because they have the park along the river. It's just the perfect location, and we don't have to stop traffic or worry about any of that. So.
I'm just going to thank you both for your dedication, because that means a lot. Yeah, a whole
People
lot.
don't realize how stressful it is.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, thank y'all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So the floor is open for a motion to approve this proclamation.
So moved.
Second?
Motion second, call the roll.
All right, on the motion to approve as presented, the proclamation for April 23rd to 29th, 2023, to recognize the National Crime Victims' Rights Week. Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
Mr. Booth. Thank you, and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right, it is approved.
Next, we'll take up proclamation for April of 2023 Autism Acceptance Month.
Where,
You know, hold on a sec.
sorry.
Well, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I'll do that.
okay.
first. Getting ahead of myself. So,
Whereas autism spectrum disorder, ASD, is a developmental disability that can cause significant social, communication, and behavioral challenges with signs that begin during childhood and typically continue through a person's life. And whereas many people with ASD also have different ways of learning, processing information, or interacting with or reacting to things, and these individuals are our classmates, colleagues, friends, and loved ones, and greatly contribute their strengths, talents, and abilities to their communities in the Commonwealth. And whereas autism varies greatly from person to person, with no two people being alike, and whereas in 2022, the Center for Disease Control, CDC, reported that approximately 1 in 44 children in the United States is diagnosed with an autism spectrum disorder, and whereas there is no cure for autism, but a holistic system of therapies and supports can meet the needs of individuals and their families, and whereas numerous member-led organizations throughout Virginia provide support and services to autistic individuals and their families, and advocate tirelessly at all levels of government for their full inclusion and opportunity in our communities. And whereas Autism Acceptance Month emphasizes the need for public awareness to promote acceptance, celebrate the differences, and prioritize the inclusion of autistic individuals and their families, and honors self-advocates and all who work every day to create more opportunities in our communities. And whereas this month and every month we celebrate the numerous ways individuals with autism enrich our world. Now, therefore, Joe Terman, Chairman of the Board of Supervisors for Floyd County, do hereby recognize April 2023 as Autism Acceptance Month in our Commonwealth of Virginia, and I call this observance to the attention of our citizens.
you have anything to say?
I think this is a very worthy cause for sure. I know many individuals who have autism and have led extremely successful and productive lives in our community and across the United States. So, yes, I think this is very, very good.
And I want to thank Sheriff Craig and his department for their work to make us aware. You know, I don't guess there's anyone in this room that doesn't have someone that's been touched with autism. And it was a hard thing. I remember when I was growing up, there was a lot of kids probably had autism, and they said it was just being rowdy, with the hellions, but they just weren't diagnosed right. I know early on in my career, I've dealt with them, and I really didn't know what I was dealing with. I just thought it was somebody just out of control, which they aren't really, but I'm glad that they finally recognized it. And I've seen a lot of children that's been diagnosed with it that's got the proper training and treatment and live productive lives. But then there's some that, it's a little bit too bad and, they receive constant care. But it's something that we need to be aware of and reach out and help the families that is struggling with it.
Yep.
So with that, I'll take a motion to approve.
So moved.
I'll second that.
Motion and second, call the roll.
All right. On the motion to approve 11B proclamation for April of 2023 as Autism Acceptance Month, Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Ms. Kuchenbuck,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yeah.
thank you, and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right, it is approved. Thank you.
All righty. Now we'll move on down to
It's disbursements.
our disbursements, and everybody's had a chance. Let me get back on. Hey, Danny, would you get this thing back on for my router died Friday, and I didn't get one till yesterday, and it's got everything all out of whack.
I understand.
And I am computer illiterate.
Well, routers are a bigger deal.
God. Yesterday afternoon.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
I have a question when y'all are ready.
Go ahead. Danny's working for my iPad right now. So. Go ahead, Jerry.
On page number 7, under recreation. And I hope there's more to it than what it says. It says bench installed for services for $500. I was just wondering what that was and if that's correct.
Okay. I'm gonna get rid of him.
Mr. Chair, if I might, so in anticipation of our big day on April 22nd, we've had some volunteers and some folks who have some grant money to help us with putting some additional seating at the park. So if you go up and see where the outdoor classroom space is near the parking lot, there's some new benches there. And there's a new bench up by the new playground equipment. So I believe that it's more than singular.
It's what's
No,
happening
I
this
totally understand that, and I will, if I might take this as a moment to thank the town. We also have 2 additional benches that we need to place still, but that Andrew was kind enough to bring over. Some folks had given them some new benches for Lineberry Park, so he brought over the benches that had been donated several years ago by the Girl Scouts. So those will be placed in our park. So their efforts will be continued over there. And
Very good.
yeah, and again, kind of related to this while we're working on the IT, we also have a lot of activity up there. We actually, in about an hour, we'll have folks up doing a bunch of cleaning and all in anticipation of the events on April 22nd. So Yeah, just go fly a kite, get a tree, and play on the swings. So, but anyway, I wanted to just take a moment to thank all the volunteer folks that are out there, or will be later in the next 2 weeks.
Page D, you've got Habitat for Humanity, too, is Timberline closed. Is that closing those two? Is that for closing or what is that?
Jerry, it's two separate addresses? Yes,
Right,
yeah, so
so will that be, is that the final closing payment?
from what I understand, yes, but I'll get clarification if that is different.
I believe it is,
But I
Jerry.
believe it's the final bill for both the Timberland.
Yep.
That's great.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Yes, those projects are completed, so we're excited about that.
It's part of the CBDG.
Okay.
CBDG. Oh, well.
No, I don't.
No. No, I'm not saying that. No, it was, yeah, it was a little bit over and, you know, we had so much rain last year and it was really difficult, Jerry. But,
Yeah, I know it was, okay. Expecting it to go a little bit longer than it has, to be honest.
Well,
Everything that's going on, but-
it's hard for us to go any longer because we've got to keep, you know, one of the things about this, this CDBG grant and this scattered site is how the state, you know, this is a one of its kind, the first in the Commonwealth, and it's very difficult for them to set standards, like if they're normally, you know, houses one after another on a city block. So with ours being so scattered throughout the county, we're not getting them turned over and completed quite as quickly as, you know, they're used to in a regular, you know, what they've been really used to, way. So, anyway, we're really glad these were done and we're moving forward with another substantial rehab and we'll be moving on and on with some other repairs and stuff. So, yeah, it's a really successful program though. So far,
Oh, yeah.
absolutely.
Anybody else have questions? We're ready. I'll take a motion to approve our disbursements.
I move to approve the disbursements for April 11th.
I'll second.
Okay, on the motion to approve the disbursements as presented, Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Booth, and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right, terrific.
According to my watch, it puts us right back on time.
Josh.
Good morning.
Morning.
You counting the days yet?
No. Yeah, I'm still enjoying it when you've been going to school for 55 years. It's not even not on my radar yet. So it'll hit and hopefully it won't hit too hard and that probably won't happen until middle of July.
Well,
When I go back up there, I don't have a key to get in anymore. So.
You may take the harness off, but you'll still want to get in a row every now and then. I know I hear a siren or something, I get a little itchy. So, you know, and I've been retired for 13 years. So, you know, but something gets in your blood, it stays there.
Yep.
So,
Yep. So we're here to answer any questions. Dr. Millsaps gave us some questions you all asked about, and we'll be happy to, they're pretty simple answers, and they're right there in our budget, and we'll be able to walk you through those. So I'll let y'all ask and we'll answer.
I guess I'll start at the end. Your budget that you provided for us, the spiral bound.
Yes.
The total budget on that is just over 26 million. And the budget that the county administrator shows for your department head request is 26,300,000. It's just over $300,000 difference between your budget papers and what the county administrator has provided for us.
What we provide you is correct. Now, that's not what you provide, the 26 million. That's, your amount is much, much smaller than that.
Right.
So I'm not, can't answer that one. What we gave you is the amount. And like I said, we're a long ways away from this,
Right.
just because General Assembly doesn't go back until tomorrow. But we took the worst case and the calc tool was updated with the mistake that they made, and that's why this is different. So that's the accurate one that we have right now, which once it's all said and done, will probably be different. Hopefully it won't be any different on your end. Hopefully it'll be the same as we've done for probably more years than we should have, not asked for an increase from the locality, and just continue to be efficient and take what we get from the state and utilize the grants that we get and whatever other funds that we can get to operate.
My other question is line 1327, the compensation supplement, that's almost an increase of $500,000. Is that just the raises proposed by the state?
That's the line.
Yes. Okay.
And what,
If I might, Mr. Chairman, and could we ask Mr. Booth if when he speaks, he'd be able to come to the microphone? Because our folks will need to be able to hear that so they can correctly do the minutes. All right, thank you.
be happy to make room for him. And like Mr. Bruce said, that's from the state.
Okay.
As always, we don't get fully funded.
Right.
The
So that's the state, the
SSP
positions
position.
they do and the ones we pay.
And
For everybody.
yeah, that's a 5% right now. The Kenny budget went down to the 5%. So
Sure.
hopefully the governor will put it back and add some additional funding in multiple areas so we can cover that and still keep the ask at the same as last year.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Let's talk about ADM. How are you feeling about that? I know that you had come in and thought about it might go up, but obviously the historical data and the
It's increased some, but ADM, and these people know it, ADM is a dangerous number when you do a school budget, because if you overinflate and you miss, you're going to hear a lot of rumbling from many, many school divisions, especially after September 24, when the ESSER funds are gone,
right.
because you come up short. We try to stay within 5 one way or the other. Within 5 one way or the other, we're okay. Obviously, we're not a 20,000 student school division.
Right.
So we can look.
You're
at the
talking about
numbers.
5 pupils?
5 pupils, one way or the other, we're
Right.
usually okay, because if you're obviously lower, you're going to get a little bit more, which is good, but we want it up front. It's kind of like taxes.
Yeah.
You know, you don't want to pay any at the year, you want it during the year when you need the money.
Yeah.
So that's where we are, and that is, and Mr. Booth can speak to it, that's complete statistical data, especially when you start looking at birth rates and 3-year-olds, and all that's calculated through the state, and the state does its own calculations too.
Right.
So, and
Yeah, it's probably worth mentioning on this one, I think we're at budgeted 1674.9
Yeah.
pupils. That's what the state is projecting us at.
Yeah.
We were within one student of that on our own internal calculations.
Okay.
So this is probably the first year in probably 3 or 4 years that we've actually used the state.
That they were that
number
close to us?
projecting them. Usually we do our own internal projections, but this one, we're going with the state's number.
So 1674 shows a decrease of about 6 pupils from last year's. And last year's was 1680, and that was firm? That was,
Well, we'd originally, the state and our internal calculations, we were projecting maybe down into the 1640s.
oh, okay.
Yeah,
So-
we're up.
Good, good.
This is the first year in 18, 20.
Yeah,
And this is the first time we're closest to the state, we stay on the safe side. State may say, hey, we got you up there 15 more, but sure it'd be nice to have that money, but you have to pay it back, and when you hit the March 31st ADM, or you're not gonna get it, period. So we stay on the safe side to make sure our budget's efficient, and we know the funds coming in from the state.
and is this elementary level? And if so, what schools seem to have the most increase?
I think when you're talking to a few kids in class, we're in
Could you explain PTR for our,
full teacher.
thank you.
And we- they're, at this,
Okay,
their class size is good. And so this year, just to do a floor budget, I mean, we had to absorb a couple positions. And you do it through efficiency.
Right.
You don't need that many sections of something, and you have an opening, you don't fill it. And you don't keep it on the books for what ifs. You don't say, we're gonna put money over here just in case we wanna do this or do that. You don't do that. We're a nonprofit. We're not looking to have money at the end of the year. So we're at that point where, any positions we need, which there'll be some based on the need, it's gonna have to be a new position. And hopefully the state will take care of that with a revised budget.
As far as, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
I was just gonna say that
I might have something
I
else
may
in a
be
minute.
looking at this wrong, but when you're looking at that few of students, 2 or 3 students, that could be one family moving out.
Mm-hmm.
You could, like,
Yeah.
these are calculations the state does. You don't know, and like I said, one grade level may be larger, and we look at all that, but with that, at elementary schools, like I said, we're mostly, one teacher per grade level, which is fine, which is good, if that's how many students you got comfortable.
Can you repeat that? There's only one teacher?
And some.
Right.
Great to still have two and have much, much smaller classes, but
Mm-hmm.
stay efficient with the number of students that you have, and it's still quite a few.
Right.
So
And there are other schools that have 3 teachers still per grade level?
I'd have to look at stay.
Right. But I mean, some of the larger schools have 3 teachers. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
Too large.
Yeah. Check in Floyd Elementary?
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
What you got tell you, are you optimistic that the state's gonna come through, or you think they want to go with a hammer on us? Yeah. Yeah,
Their budget's on the table.
Yeah.
I've never seen 4 budgets on the table.
Crazy.
So, but, the governor, wants to fund it, and we'll see how that goes. We'll see how the General Assembly work together. Actually, see what we get, but I mean, like I told Ms. Ditto, we probably have well over $500,000 worth of things we need. And we just don't choose to come in here and say, we don't have a budget yet, but we need $250,000. We don't know. Our objective is to not ask for any more. And if this thing keeps dragging out, we've had it before, I don't want to say dragging out, if it's not resolved by the time we have to do contracts, you have a solid baseline that
Yeah.
no more increase, and we just know that hopefully it does increase. We'll be able to do it and put some things back in that we had to take out. So,
Well, I always get in trouble for saying it, but I don't remember a time in my life when politics is playing more and it's hurting us. That they don't have to get over it, grow up,
Yeah, that's
do their job. Yes. Yeah.
So how about, how have you absorbed some of the positions that have come through with COVID monies and some of that other stuff? Have you been able to?
If I might, I
Yeah.
don't often get a chance to come up in front of you guys.
Yeah.
I've got several topics I think, be informative to you guys.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, if I can go through them, I'll get to that here in just a second. But I do just kind of want to take a step back and remind each of you that this is my 8th budget cycle for the school system. It's the 7th working with Dr. Wheeler. And, I can remember on our first budget, I mean, it was, it was getting your boots on and getting your hands dirty in the budget. And one thing I felt strongly about, and luckily, Dr. Wheeler shared the same opinion, and we've worked 7 years together to get it to this way. When we present this budget here, we want this to be a true operational budget. And what we mean by that is day-to-day expenditures, week to week, month to month, reoccurring expenditures that we know. And, he's already kind of touched on it, but there's no rainy day, what if scenarios where we're putting 10 grand in here just in case. We're getting it down to the based on 3-year trends or trends over the previous year and budgeting at that level. And I think over the years we were able, especially in the beginning, we were able to find a lot of money in the school budget that perhaps could have been what if money, and we've done everything we can to eliminate that type of money, which has been allowed us to do the salary scales and the raises and stuff like that. When we get these non-reoccurring expenditures, then we look at them on a case-by-case basis. How is our budget condition that given year? Can we absorb that non-reoccurring cost? We've been very fortunate over the last 2 or 3 years to have pandemic relief fund money available that we've been able to do a ton of non-reoccurring expenditures with. That without that money, there is no way we would have been able to do it. And that kind of goes down to, when the relief money wasn't there, our only option is to look at our capital improvement fund that we've established, for those kind of non-reoccurring expenditures if we can't absorb them. It's always kind of been a wish of my own is if that fund could be more of a contingency fund for us as opposed to a capital improvement fund for us. So, when we are in lean times and, we're trying of course, hey, can we give $50,000 back to the county? Well, if we had a contingency fund set in place that could allow us to be more aggressive, then perhaps, that's something, that could be entertained. But right now it's a capital improvement fund, but I would be a big supporter of maybe renaming that or amending the uses that those funds could be used for. But that's probably a conversation for another day, but just want to throw that out there while I was up here. But which kind of leads into supplemental appropriations. And that goes right into our philosophy on our budget. True operational budget, reoccurring expenditures that are known. When we have non-reoccurring expenditures, they're going to be presented to our board and then ultimately up here in the form of a supplemental appropriation. Those are absolutely a good thing. It promotes transparency between our boards. We give brief descriptions of what those funds are used for, in the supplemental appropriation. Certainly you can call or stop by at any time, if you wanted more clarity on any of that. But that's going to create, when we present our budget right now, that second column that you're looking at, that's an amended budget. So the very first supplemental appropriation we do, it's going to create an amended budget at that point. It's not an adopted budget at that point. Pandemic relief money has created a overwhelming amount of supplemental appropriations. It is truly a full-time job. I think several years ago, we lost an elementary principal to a district that took a pandemic relief job position at another district. I mean, other districts have a person that manages these funds full-time. So it truly is a full-time job. It's been pretty hectic. It's increased the amount of supplemental appropriations that we've had because we don't put that relief money on the books in the initial presentation. We want to keep it a clean operational budget. But at that time when we dip into reimbursing ourselves for that, that COVID money, that's when it's going to come to the form of a supplemental appropriation, or if we ask for something out of capital improvement, or if we were able to get any other state grants, throughout the year, which pre-COVID, we might have had one or two supplemental appropriations throughout the year and then maybe a final one at the end of the fiscal year. Whereas over the past couple of years, it's just going to be every month, just, a lot of the just keep your eyes out.
Bring whatever back sometime. And you just let the board go up and look at it.
I've driven them.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
We'll let
I've
Dr.
driven
Mills
several
tell me
electric
this.
buses personally and very unimpressed with their performance on hills and charge abilities on routes
There, so
and driver precision, yeah. Not friendly buses.
I would tend to think we're keeping them around town, those routes, yeah.
I'm a visual person. You know, you can explain it to me all day until I see it and touch it. You know, so I just like to look at it and just see how they're set up.
And just one other thing I just wanted to mention, that's kind of the spiel on supplemental appropriations, is another thing I'm pretty proud of, you know, with Dr. Wheeler and really kind of being proactive with this pandemic money. You know, the VDOE giving us four, you know, ESSER 2, ESSER 3, ARPA. Every time multiple calls were made by Dr. Wheeler to the VDOE, regardless of the 8-page instructional sheet they give you on the uses of the funds, and you know they got 12 or 15 bullet points on things you can use it on. When the discussion was made, obviously, of are you going to fund positions with this money, you know, we were told you better not do that. That is not a wise decision to do that. We don't recommend it. It's a logistical nightmare. It's an auditing nightmare. So we really took that to heart. And so when you're looking at that amended budget, specifically in that federal revenue column, you say, hey, well, how are we losing $1.5 million or $2.5 million? Those are all supplemental appropriations that we've come before you guys with the non-reoccurring expenditures, which, you know, majority of that's been HVAC work. We have, I think, 2 positions that we did end up using relief money to fund, and you can see that on the line item there. I think it's $153,000. That is put into the budget. That's 2 instructional positions that will run out in FY24. So, and then FY25, we'll get that in the budget. Some of the neighboring districts, school districts, I think had upwards of 20 to 25 instructional positions that they've chose to fund with the money. Now they're trying to figure out, well, hey, how are we gonna get that back in the budget? We didn't do that, with the exception of 2, and you know, feel very confident that we'll be able to, you know, get that in next year's budget or FY25 with no pain there on that.
Sometimes I ask these questions, not just for my own edification, but I know that our, you know, citizens who are watching on TV or listening, they do want to hear this because they hear ESSER this and ESSER that and ESSER this, and so it's important for us when we have the opportunity, Mr. Booth, since you're here, to kind of explain that. And I do want to say that for the most part, all of the work that's been done on the schools, I know you've taken great pains to try and improve things, get new roofs on, get the HVAC working, get things, you know, using these funds the way they were meant to be used. And I appreciate both your hard work. And I think if you want to talk about that capital improvement versus contingency, I mean, it's not just semantics. It's more than that. It's more than just the title. So, that might be a discussion for another day, but I'm interested in hearing it. I didn't mean to stop you. Do you have anything else to wrap up?
That's a good way of information. Those are some of the things I want to share with you guys, just to understand, our approach on the operational budget, what that means to us, why there has been an increase in supplemental appropriations, what we use the CARES money for. I think you've heard Dr. Wheeler say it several times. Putting back in the HVAC was took out. I think maybe 4.5 was taken out. I'm not sure, wasn't a part of it, but of our 6 million of ESSER funds, about 4.9 has went back directly into the HVAC. So it's almost a 1-for-1, not quite 1-for-1, but it's pretty impressive how close that is. And our ESSER 1 and ESSER 2 is completely gone. ESSER 3, thankfully, is almost gone. And our ARPA is zeroed out. So, me personally, I'm very much looking forward to that money being depleted so I can.
Not worry about it.
It has been good for the schools. There's no way we could have done what especially, the things with CCDC and stuff like that. I mean, HVAC, we feel very fortunate to have those monies to be able to do that for sure.
Yeah.
Thank you for answering those questions.
I didn't really have any questions, but I just want to tell you thank you, and thank you for your work on those grants for those buses.
Yeah.
You and Paul, because even if we may run into some challenges with them, it didn't cost us anything.
That's not going into the FY24 budget a lot, but one of the very first thing we've had to take out is we had planned to get 9 new buses. We had some financing numbers in front of us. It was going to be about $180,000 over 5 years. Right now in the skinny budget, that's gone. So these two will help. But if we do get any additional money from the state, the very first thing we try to put back in is those 9 buses, 7 regular buses and two of the shorter buses. I said Dr. Wheeler has other things, priorities he wants to look at. But.
Yeah, we'll look at those. The other thing is, one of the successes we've had in the 7 years is we financed within our own operational budget. If you remember, we were with Citizens Help and a couple of other technology companies. We gutted our infrastructure. It just wasn't up to Floyd County level with Citizens and the gig nation, and so we financed that, and that ran out, and we had to absorb it to keep it. I mean, the buses are about 100,000 a year, and that cycle, last 6-year cycle, where we got 11 buses. Now we can only get 9 because price went up. We need to get that back in because those are cyclical things that are big-time cost items that local government doesn't have to do it. It's part of our operational. And I'll have a list of things that we couldn't fix as far as facility-wise. So we'll have another fairly big one with the HVAC system in the high school cafeteria and putting one in the kitchen. And then the Floyd Elementary gym area, that went kaput. So between those two, that absorbed most of our funding. We still have a couple other units that we'll have numbers to look at financing those over time. And before I go, I'll make sure all that's clear. But that's how we've done it in this budget. As long as you can, you finance the big money items within. So I mean, these are $1 million purchases. And you just finance them over years when there's either no interest or 1%, 2% interest, which doesn't cost as much.
Right.
And keeps money from the locality having to fund $1 million corrections. So upkeeps.
Appreciate that.
Well, it's worked.
Yeah.
It's worked, so.
If I may, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
I want to thank both y'all for coming, and also make a point out that I'm sure you run into the same thing we're running into in trying to order trash trucks. You have to get your orders in way ahead of time on those buses too, don't you?
Yeah, they got a pretty good system. You got to get in line, and even if you don't pull the trigger, you're in line for them. And they know we want them. So we're still in line for them, but they know we may have to back out. And you back out, you know, it's the school division behind you, whoever's behind you steps in. But yeah, we got those in, well, long time into this year past here. We had that ready and had the financing number so we could work it in our budget. And hopefully the state will come back and we'll put them back in.
Yeah, I think they're about 9 to 15 months out on your bus orders right now, 9 to 15 months.
Well, and going through the pandemic and everything else too, we're slightly behind on our replacement schedule as well, aren't we?
For us, no, because we don't replace, yeah, we like to replace more, but we don't have the funds to. So like I said, this last 6-year funding of 11 buses ran out. And this year, so we're trying to get more. I mean, it would be nice to do it faster, but we don't have the funds to do it within our own budget. So it's always nice if we could buy 30 right off the bat. But we base it on how many need to be retired. So 9 is a good number. We can get 9 plus the 2 electric. That's a good number. We can retire the oldest ones and move them on y'all's property and junk up y'all's property and leave our garage clean. So
Thank you, thank you. How old is our oldest buses now?
they're workable. We don't put anything. I don't have a number. We have a list because when you go through the financing with Sunny Maryland Company, it's all data statistics. Here you go, this is what you need to do, here's the mileage on them, here's what these engines will do. I mean, it's a very extensive spreadsheet, and Mr. Robinson does a good job with that, and Sonny Merriman and whoever we go with do a good job with it too.
Of course, the unfortunate relationship there is if we don't get the buses, then our reoccurring costs that does affect our operational budget goes up with bus maintenance costs and stuff like that, so.
Jerry, Jerry, you have anything else?
I had one more question if I could.
Go ahead.
And I apologize, I should have done it while you were on the subject. Back on the electric buses, what is the projected life of the batteries that are involved with these electric vehicles? And where have you checked into where the nearest? I don't know, and I don't know a lot about them, so please forgive me in my ignorance, but when it comes time to replace them, where do you have to take them, the batteries that you're replacing?
I think what we've been told, and again, Mr. Robertson could probably answer better than me, but I think it's 10 years, I think is what they're saying, the battery. You know, and the battery replacement costs, it could be a wide range there with that. You know, obviously we would start probably with the vendors that we got it from and go from there, obviously, and get our bids and quotes. But that's why we got to just to kind of tippy-toe through this thing and make sure we don't get in over our heads, you know, until we can really learn these machines in and out.
Mm-hmm. The reason I ask, I know, and it's probably different systems and much larger batteries, but I know that some of the people that have purchased the electric vehicles have found replacement cost of batteries just huge and disposal cost huge. So just put that, yeah, I'm sure it was already on your radar, but just kind of look into that before we go too far down this road.
Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I had.
Okay.
Thank you all for coming this morning.
On a up note, I've got a granddaughter's coming into high school this time. She was a little bit worried about, but then when y'all had to open the house for the students, She's looking forward to it now, and her parents was just flabbergasted with this new building and what it means for the kids and stuff. And my granddaughter really liked it too. So that's,
We'll get y'all over there probably early June now and then for a nice little ceremony and it'll be ready to roll.
I know there's a lot of people want to see it.
Oh, yeah, it's
Excited about it.
it's going to be good, and how it's going to be used is going to be good instructionally by a lot smarter people than me. I've been fortunate to have the same leadership my whole 7 years, and you know they're smarter than I am. So it's going to be a great experience for all the students in that building when we get it all done.
You know, I truly mean this. I think you'll be able to look back when you were 7 years and see a lot of improvements you made for our schools.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Graduation still set on the same date? No movement on that?
No movement.
Okay.
10 a.m. May 20th.
Okay.
Saturday.
Thank you.
We didn't have to use a lot of them snow days this year, did we?
No. Mike, that was a good thing.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully we're finished with that.
Seriously.
You better. If not, we're coming back to you, Mr. Cockroach.
Yeah, it wasn't me. Wasn't me this time.
Still remember in April the 24th, we got 26 inches
Yes.
of snow.
Snow's right.
Still nothing out.
Does snow on Mother's Day every once in a while here.
Thank you.
Well, we appreciate it, and when everything's said and done and we get a final budget, hopefully it won't change y'all's bottom line. Bring it over.
Thank y'all.
Truly mean this, guys. Call, stop by anytime if you've got any questions. You know, if we can't get the answer right there, we'll get it for you. Truly mean it. Stop by, see us, give us a call, and we'll get the answers for you.
Thanks,
You
Darren.
worked it out with Dr. Millsap about bringing us a bus by.
Yeah,
We
absolutely.
may even get her to take us a ride.
It might be in the ball field with you.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
Mr. Clark?
Morning.
I'm going to give a brief report on the maintenance activities for the last month, and it's been back to kind of more seasonal stuff. We did have a few weather things, and I'll second the request for no more winter weather this year. We've had enough, and not a lot of wear and tear on the snowplow blades, but we've been out with ice and different kind of things, brush and all that, so not that we haven't spent our fair share of winter money, even though it hasn't been a lot of flakes. But anyway, we're now working on typical springtime maintenance items. I do a lot of patching, a lot of gravel road maintenance, because that's the best time to get that done. They hopefully won't get plowed up too much. More we can put some gravel on there, it'll stay for a while. So it's been mostly gravel road maintenance and pothole patching. Pothole patching for the paving schedule and just general pothole patching overall. Also a lot of pipe replacement, trying to get the pipes replaced on all the routes that are going to get overlays. So not all the pipes, but we check them, and we don't want to have to replace a pipe once we've already put an overlay on top. So it's been pipe replacement, sheeting and dust controls, and some gravel road maintenance. And I won't get into all the routes. It's been all over. We've done actually some pipe replacement on Christiansburg Pike is getting overlaid. Laurel Branch is getting overlaid. And Huttville is getting overlaid. So those are the ones where you may have seen most of the pipe replacement, ditching type stuff. And we're working on getting Starbucks is the next road on the 6-year plan to be worked on. So we're getting that ready, and we'll get that this year.
I have two requests from folks to please scrape Windy Ridge
Okay.
and some potholes on White Rock Road. Pretty good, only 2 coming out of winter.
What was the one with the potholes again?
White Rock.
White Rock, that's right.
That's an image looking.
Other than that, thank you so much for all you do.
Just
Thanks.
It's great.
Great.
Oh,
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Booth?
Yes, I just,
6 minutes,
of course, you
second delay.
mentioned some of it, you're doing paving and all that. I know that earlier or last fall, the crew went around, but you've had several potholes and rough patches on Beaver Creek Road 705 and others, so they may have to backtrack a little bit over what they've already done. Do you know if they, and I apologize, I haven't got out to look, but over on Penn Avenue, we had the one culvert we talked about, but on up the road, there was a spot where apparently one was starting to cave in, where it had rusted out and had been passed back. Need to keep that one on the radar for replacement as well.
Yeah, I'll remember that. I do remember going and looking at that. You mentioned it.
Yeah, have you figured anything out about the driveway entrances around town? You know, we had talked about several of them that weren't sloped, and one in particular that, apparently it had been hit or broke at some time, and when it was patched back, it would just patch back just almost straight up and down. Is that something that you're looking to try and work on, that particular one?
Yes, that particular one will be done. Yeah, that one will be done along with a few others. We're going to do a lot of these entrances when we upgrade a lot of the ADA ramps around town. So that'll be on that one. There will be some other sidewalk repair going on here soon. That's not related to that. So if you see some crews in town doing some sidewalk stuff and they don't get to that particular entrance, that's because it's kind of a separate thing. We're going to do some sidewalk stuff, but that all will be done as a separate part when we are working on some of the other ramp work, because it's all in one contract.
Okay. Where are we on our crosswalk signs?
Still trying to find
pedestal.
Yeah, still trying to find one that won't take up half the sidewalk. That's one of the issues when we have these push button things. You put them, on a foundation in the sidewalk, and then you can't get around it. So I was looking for some alternate designs. That's the only thing holding that up, is a acceptable sign that will work with the sidewalk.
Mm-hmm.
Could we go ahead and put on, I know that you'll have other line painting, but one thing that would help in the interim, if we went ahead and painted off those, especially that one lower parking space, to kind of open what's there up a little bit. We talked about eliminating.
Right, yeah, with the upgrade of that.
If we could go ahead and do that, that would help currently to open it up. And in years past, you had laid the 6-year road plans in format for like you were talking about Starbucks this year, X number of dollars, projected finish time. I know the projected finish time in dollars is not exactly locked in. Could we get one for the complete 6-year road plan?
Yeah, I have that information, so I'll put it in a spreadsheet, and should I just email it to county administrator?
Yeah.
Okay, and then
Yeah.
it can be distributed to the board.
That would be good.
Okay. It's going to be a simple Excel spreadsheet that I made up, actually, because the spreadsheets that come out of our program aren't really very user-friendly. But I'm just taking that information, put it in a much more easy-to-read spreadsheet. It's going to show previous funding on some projects, because some projects are nearly fully funded, that being Starbuck. Some will start getting funding this coming year. Hope will be next after Starbuck, and maybe following very, very closely after Starbuck, if not simultaneous. And then we're looking at working out some right-of-way agreements for Firehouse, and then working on retail would be next. But those are much future, the retail especially.
Well, and, I just want to thank you, and please pass it on down the line for what everybody's doing. I know everybody's doing all they can right now, and it is appreciated.
Thank you.
And that's all I had, Mr. Chairman. I promise you, no one more thing.
Okay.
At least this early.
Okay.
So I've been up and down Huckleberry Ridge here as of late, the lower end, and that's it's in some that needs some help. One day to get that thing overlaid and fresh start would be lovely. I saw where the pipes have been marked for this overlay on Christiansburg Pike. I had asked you at the last meeting when we met if you had found out if we had actually done the work near Bethlehem Church, laying a pipe in the road. Had we done that? VDOT had done it. Okay, good. All right. And
There's going to be, I think it's about 3 miles of,
from the county line.
to 3. Oh, no, 4.5, I'm sorry.
So that'll get us up almost to Thunderstruck?
Yeah, 4.5, yeah. I don't have the, well, I do actually have the intersecting route.
Yeah, it's probably
Well, I got it
maybe
around the
Huckleberry Ridge.
So you might, yeah. You
It might be Huckleberry Ridge. I drive it every day. You'd think I'd actually know the exact ticks.
If you know where.
But I do believe that'd get us to Huckleberry Ridge. That'd be 4 miles.
It's about 4.5, and it goes from the county line, well, half a mile south of 689, and I can't remember what 689 is off the top of my head.
689. That is Huckleberry Ridge, I think.
I think it is.
I don't think that's Thunderstruck.
No, it's
Anyway.
it's not Thunderstruck.
Not Thunderstruck. Yeah, I think it's Huckleberry Ridge.
I think it's just south of there, about a half mile south.
Excellent. Very good. That makes my day. Now, on to later on in 615 down the road, we're talking about that, that area around just past the bridge, south of the bridge, that culvert pipe there. It's continuing to, now, not only has it kind of made a dent in the road, a divot in the road, but now I was looking at it, and the side of the pipe on the, as you come to town, on the east side, where the pipe is, it's starting to sort of crumble and kind of, it really does need attention. It's one of those things, if we don't get it, it's going to create even more problems. On Paradise Road, that's getting a little rough too. Lower end from Franklin Pike, the upper end towards Starbucks seems to be in good shape, but there's some real issues with the lower end. And then we have our fishing day on Thunderstruck, so if you can make sure that it looks really good, for everybody coming and, they'll want to go fishing, the kids. And then in Calinda's district on White Oak Grove, that area that I keep talking about with, down towards Carriage, those 2 spots that have kind of started to buckle and, I don't know what the technical term was. Huh?
I've driven by that.
Yeah, I mean,
I know what you're talking about.
if we get another wet spring, we could be in some, there might be some concern. I just don't want the road to fall off the hill. Just a little something. And otherwise, thank you for all the work. Thank you for all the work the guys are doing. Oh, somebody had mentioned to me that, you'd come down Christiansburg Pike, cutting all the brush and stuff, and then you sort of stop before the bridge, and there's some trees that are overlaying, I guess, that. Yeah, I guess, yeah. I mean, they need to still be cut. Yeah. I guess that'll happen when it happens.
Yeah. After you do all this other stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I get you. All right. Well, thank you. I just told them I would mention it.
Yep.
Thank you.
My turn.
Go ahead.
Oh.
I was the one who got loaded up this time.
Okay.
Clark. So,
I'll do it in second order, just because you're.
Yeah. All right, first, I just wanted to ask, do we have any timeline on the Jerry Lane project?
No, it's been approved. It's a matter of just going, we have contractors that do that work, but it's not a contract that we have to set up. It's hired equipment contractors, so.
Okay.
We have to fit it in, well, our other stuff that we use those hired equipment guys for, but, we've got a lot of, planned work coming up later this summer, so I think we probably do it, earlier rather than later, as far as the paving season goes. It's gonna be a paving job.
Right, and then in addition to that, I was speaking to Mr. Best, when that project comes, when we begin to do that project, maybe if we can have some communication, with Seven Springs, down there just because of their trucks and, so much activity taking place on the road, if we can have some type of communication put forth with them, that would be good. But if you can keep us updated with the expected timeline for that to take place. Okay.
Some patching, asphalt patching ready.
All right, yeah. And then, the earlier the better on that. We appreciate that. Then I had a couple other requests from some citizens. Goose Creek, if y'all could check that one out for us. Primarily more on the Daniels Run side as you come down from Havens Chapel. I think we set really good expectations out on Stonewall Road with that pavement. So now I've got some folks asking about Daniels Run and King Store. But they like the way Stonewall feels, and they like to have the same feeling on some of them.
This year it's gonna be for bike and Huffield.
I might have to start leaving a few potholes on these things.
Yeah.
But if you can check on those, and that was actually all of them, but I appreciate it.
Did it?
Yeah.
Do you have any update on that culvert replacement on Burning Creek?
I saw you, yeah. No, I don't know the status of that permit. They are getting ready to do that. They may have the permit, but have been tied up with some of this patching for the pipe replacement. But permits generally don't take as long as they used to. So it may not be a permit issue anymore now. It may just be trying to get that work fit in.
I don't know if that picture came through on my email or not, but he sent me a picture where the water's ponding. But basically, I guess it's just keep doing what you're doing as far as the machining and graveling in my area. I mean, you've hit a lot of roads up there, and we appreciate
They
it.
didn't give me a list of them, but they said they spent probably 15 days just in the Willis area along machining and hauling stone.
Yeah, was that on Reese Road? It's getting pretty rugged up through there. The only problem I had was the only good patch of road between Carroll County line and Willis. They put a culvert across, and then we got a bump. I seen that big culvert there in Traco, and I thought, where are they gonna put that? And the next thing I know, they hit 21, Bingo. They did a good job. You can't get back like it was.
That's hard to get back. I think that one was kind of an emergency
Yeah.
type of repair. I think that was one that
Yeah, I
we realized
figured
was
y'all
going and it
did
was
on.
about to go.
I didn't figure y'all had that in your plan
No.
because, like I say, it hasn't been all that long since that road was paved.
Yeah.
Don't you hate when that happens?
Yeah, I think our culverts are sort of like some of the pipes in town, ESA. They just done their job and they lay them down.
Calling it quits.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I got other than we appreciate everything y'all doing. I know y'all been busy on these trees that Mother Nature's been.
Yeah. It's like to take down for us, yeah.
Yes.
One more. I got one more. I had a big yellow note, and I forgot to even talk about it.
Levi's taking one more thing, Gary.
Yeah, sorry about that, Jerry.
That's all right.
If you can have the fellows look at out on Floyd Highway North at the Czech Country store headed towards Floyd, when you get to the top of the hill, I've got a report of some ruts in that lane headed towards Floyd. That's making travel a little difficult. So
It's right on the center line, I believe.
yeah, they can observe that. Look at that. Thank you.
This gentleman needs to talk to you before you leave.
Okay, I'd like to ask a question.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, y'all can get together over there and
Part of the question might be directed to the board too.
okay.
I'm Jim Newell, I live on Reed.
We're going to have public comment in a minute if you want to wait till then.
I can stick around.
Yeah, you'll be, that's why you have 4 minutes. That's okay. Yeah, yeah, just hold on one minute here, so. All righty, next is the approval of the minutes, and I think everybody was here on both of them, so we can take them both at one time.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
on the second step, the April 6th minute, or on the April 6th minutes, on the certification motion, Mr. Cox's vote is missing.
April 6th.
Yeah. On the certification motion, on my copy on the computer, and granted, you know how I am on computers, but anyway, it says Supervisor Cox, but you got the dash.
He spelled his name instead of a yes. Supervisor Cox.
Thank you. It's corrected.
Thank you.
Good catch.
Well, I'm observing, I looked right over it 40 times. I still
That's my
take
name,
motion
and I missed
to
it.
approve them with the corrections.
So moved.
Second.
Motion is second with.
All right, on the motion to approve the minutes as presented with the exception of adding Mr. Cox's name in the affirmative on the certification vote on April 6th. Ms. Cookenbook.
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
Mr. Booth?
Yes.
And Mr. Turman.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Minutes are approved.
So now I'll move into the public comment. It is the intent that all persons attending the meeting of the board, regardless of handicap and conditions, shall have an opportunity to participate. If any person present requires any special assistance, please let the board know in order that arrangements can be made. When you come forward, state your name, the district you're from. Limit your comments to 4 minutes. This is a one-way conversation. We listen and we can't respond. We'll make an exception on the sign-up rule this morning, being that we wasn't aware that his will probably fit better on the public comment. And so you can come forward now. So, we may not be able to answer you, but you can talk to Mr. Clark. Yeah. Yeah. So you can present what you have.
More questions.
Comment.
Okay.
I'm Jim Newell from the Burke District. And on Regional Road, it was approved in the 6-year plan in 2019. And later we had a clarification today that it will probably have to be done in 3 phases versus one phase, because it's 4.5 miles. And I'd like to know the status of the first phase, which is from Law Branch Road to Wade Road. What the status of that is. And I would also like to know the people on Regional Road need to come in and add comment about the second phase, or is it automatically going follow after the first phase.
Okay, that'll be a VDOT question there. I was just looking, we got the 6-year road plan on here, but we'll discuss later. But you can talk to Mr. Clark about. Okay, well, you can go ahead and talk to him, and I don't know, he,
Missed the meeting in March.
okay.
First phase is on the 6-year plan. The other parts are not yet. So if they would like the other parts on, they would have to petition the board to add that part. Apart from, what is it? Laurel Ranch to Wade is on there. It's about 1.2 miles, which is plenty enough for a project. The rest has the required traffic counts, but it was not included in that first part. The good thing is you got about, the way the money is working, you're gonna have to add about 2 roads in the next year or 2.
John, I think he signed up on public comment, and then we'll go into the 6-year plan. Ready after he speaks, go ahead.
And if I might, Mr. Chair, that we actually have another person that has already signed up, Sarah Campbell.
Not me, but I live on Wade Road, and so my questions were regarding the 6-year plan. Okay, so I'm good.
Beautiful.
Good.
And
John, if you would add your name to the list here.
I have to edit as I go. It's gonna be more than 4 minutes.
Mr. Reed, fast.
I will. Sorry for the delay. Thank you. My name's John Beagle. And I'm here to talk a little bit about Floyd Fest. I know that there's been a lot of controversy about that event, and I just want to speak to my experience there. I don't know much about the bog turtles and how they affect how the earth rotates, but I do know that we participated in Floyd Fest for 20 years, since the inception, since the beginning. And we sponsored Floyd Fest for 10 years. We've been at Floyd Fest for another 8 years. We've supplied the VIP dinners for the past 2 years. So economically, it had a large effect on our company. It's not only the amount of product that we sell there, but also when we recruit people, one of the reasons that they come to work for us is because we participate in Floyd Fest. So it's a large part of what we do, and our it has a large effect on our company. So I just want to make sure that that's taken into consideration. I'm just one vendor. We probably sell around 2,000 pounds of barbecue when we've been there. So that's a lot of product that goes through there. I don't know about other vendors, local vendors, and what their financial statuses are, but I'm only speaking for myself. But just want to make you aware that it does have a large effect on our. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Linda. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a couple to read in. Let me set the timer on me. First one is from Allie Epperly of the Courthouse District. As a small business in Floyd, we want to express our unwavering support for Floyd Fest, an event that has a profound positive impact on our local community. Floyd Fest has become an invaluable asset for our small businesses, helping us to survive through the winter months when tourism typically slows down. The economic boost provided by Floyd Fest has ripple effects that benefit our area year-round, contributing to the growth and sustainability of our local economy. One of the many reasons we support Floyd Fest is its commitment to featuring local bands, providing them with a larger audience and a platform to showcase their talent. This not only promotes the local music scene, but also fosters a sense of community pride and celebration of our town's rich musical heritage, which is deeply rooted in Floyd's history. Additionally, we are thrilled that the taxes our small business pays to sell food at Floyd Fest will finally go back to our community. This helps to support local infrastructure services and initiatives that benefit our residents and further promote economic development in Floyd. In conclusion, Floyd Fest is a vital event for our community, providing crucial support to our small businesses, boosting tourism year-round, promoting local bands, and reinvesting taxes back into our community. We wholeheartedly endorse and support Floyd Fest and urge the town and Board of Supervisors to continue its support of this important event. Thank you for considering this statement. And that's the first one. Oops.
Not 14 minutes.
No, I didn't give myself 14 minutes. I gave myself 5. Okay. Next one is from Seth Phelps, Little River District. My name is Seth Phelps. My family is the third generation living here in Floyd County. In 1987, my father, Tom Phelps, started our family's pottery business in a shed with a dirt floor. I was 7 years old at the time and helped my dad dig out the floor so it was flat enough to set his new wheel on a few boards, and he started throwing pots. Over the past 3 decades, my father and me worked together, turning our little pottery business into a working and successful business. We have employed a number of young and up-and-coming Floyd ceramic artists over that time, and we did up to 10 shows a year, traveling all over the East Coast and as far away as Detroit to do shows and make ends meet. There were many ups and downs during those early days. It was never easy to make money here at home in Floyd County. We did every local event, usually losing money just to be represented as local artists, and drove to Roanoke Market on weekends just to make a little extra to keep the business alive. Around the age of 9, I started creating pots with faces sculpted onto them. By the time I was a teen, the face pots we're creating at Phelps Studios had become a phenomenon, outselling all our other works. Our family business began to really flourish and make money, thanks to those face pots. Now, like I said, we had to travel hundreds of miles to faraway shows in order to sell those pots. So in 2021, when it was announced that a group of local folks were going to start a music festival, we decided to sign up as vendors. They started selling between bad weather and low attendance. The first few years were a bit chaotic, but we did find that our booth was recognized and central to many of the attendees, and we continued to sign up and put on the best pottery show we do anywhere in the U.S. It took almost a decade of Floyd Fest to start pulling much bigger crowds, but when they did, we started selling out of our work. This had never happened before at any craft shows anywhere in the country. It allowed us to do fewer shows over the course of the year and support our family and a few helpers in a more stable way than ever. Floyd Fest became the biggest show we have for sales anywhere in the country, right here at home, 20 minutes from our studio. This was the biggest blessing for our business. The economy alone nearly closed our doors in the early 2000s. 7 years ago, my father, Tom Phelps, who built and ran Phelps Pottery Studio for several decades, passed away from cancer. In fact, the festival was our last big gathering together that he could attend. His death could have easily been the end of our family business of 30 years. However, myself, my wife, and my mother worked diligently to make sure our doors stayed open. We had to simplify the business, and it has always taken both of us to make it work. The very next year at Floyd Fest, hundreds of people from all over the country, as well as the staff of Floyd Fest, came to show us their respect for my father's passing, as well as a tribute on the main stage of the festival. Floyd Fest has become a part of our family. Both of my kids were at the festival since birth, and it's a huge family reunion for us as it brings all our out-of-town relations in for a weekend a year. That alone is worth every effort and every penny we put into it, which is a lot. Floyd Fest has grown to be the biggest show we do anywhere in the country, right here at home. It has made our local second-generation family pottery business famous in so many ways. In 2020, the COVID pandemic hit us with another blow. Over that year, we had to depend on internet sales alone, and it wasn't easy, but we looked forward to when we could do at least outdoor shows again. In 2021, Floyd Fest announced it would be happening, and we went with the most work we had ever brought to any show in the history of our business. The crowd at Floyd Fest is actually much smaller than a lot of shows we have done, but the crowd, knowing the hardships of the pandemic had on our small business, came in huge support, and we nearly sold out. It was the largest show we had ever had. With COVID causing 5 of our previous shows to close their doors, we now had only 4 shows. So I will put this into the can't really finish it because we went over. But I'll give this and it'll go into the public record.
You know, correspondence.
I didn't. Did you? No.
We have someone that's signed up.
Yes, sir. I wrote it, sir. That's it.
Declare the public comment period over.
Thank you.
With that, we'll go into the old business and take up our 6-year road plan. I think that's it. He wants to finish his comments now. I interrupted him again. Have you got any more you want to say on that? No, yeah. You have any more to say?
I just don't know the procedure here.
We sort of got calculus.
I'll
No, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. I usually do it to see.
It's not that he said me.
If you have any more comments you'd like to make, okay. David will go over our 6-year plan. We take that up now if you want to.
We've had our public hearing, and the board just needs to pass a resolution confirming the priority list. The draft plan is presented and has the roads that were on there before, the ones that were completed, namely Silverleaf, taken off. So we've got Starbuck, Hope, Bear Ridge is on there. We're going to keep Bear Ridge on there. Forgot Reedsville. Reedsville's on there before Bear Ridge. Bear Ridge is very close to the traffic count. It's on the low side. That's required. We will do another count just to be sure, since we're a little ways away from working on it. It needs 50 vehicles a day. With the nearly $1 million we are getting in the 800, 900,000 in the out years, the 6-year plan, which means the ones dates. The fiscal year 27, 28, and 28, 29, we've got money in those years that have not been assigned to a project yet, because the projects that we currently have in the plan should be done by then. So while it's critical this year, if you want to take some more time, maybe like in the next year, to decide what 2 other projects you need to add. We looked at one, D Hart Store Road. It does not have the by quite a lot. Another traffic count's not going to do that. Yeah, D Hart Store Road. We can put a traffic counter on it. What we're showing out there, we've got very few vehicles per day. So, but Bear Ridge is very close, so you never know.
Yeah.
And we'll need two projects, but they're not critical to add this year. So the board can either add 2 projects this year, or pass it as was presented, and we can take the next year. We probably would need it at least by next year to pick 2 more projects.
May I ask a question of you with these traffic counts? It'd be interesting if we could maybe, between now and next year, when we're starting to talk about it, maybe in February, start to think about what roads, where we could get some traffic counts ahead of time.
Yeah, well, the traffic counts are done. They're old. A lot of them are old, because we don't count everyone every year. But they'll go by, and some roads actually go down. So sometimes you might not want to take another count.
Yeah.
If it shows, 50 or more, you want to stick with that.
Right.
But if it's close, we can put it on there and see if it has gone up. The traffic counts, for your own information, are published on the VDOT website. You can look up VDOT traffic counts, and you can go to Floyd County and pull up big list. It's got all the traffic counts.
Right.
So,
but as we've added houses and people,
yeah,
I would love a traffic count on Sunny Ridge.
Okay.
I would love to have a traffic count just to see how many people are going, because we're talking about that as a crossroad, as a cut through. That one and Double Springs. I'd love to see just what indeed we are having, how many people are really cutting through, going over to Bethlehem Church or Double Springs and Sunny Ridge. They kind of are parallel between some farmland.
I'm not looking in the spreadsheet right now and see, knew the route number. I can tell you what they are currently, but that doesn't mean, you know, that the count may have been in 2018.
1977.
Yeah, it wasn't that old, but it's pretty old. Actually, yeah, if you had the
Mr.
route number,
Chairman?
I've got it pulled up.
Yeah, I can't. Everyone.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
could I ask David a question along those lines?
Sure.
Route 615 Christiansburg Pike from 221 out to the Commerce Center. Would anything that would be done along that way be considered under the secondary road plan, or would there be like an industrial access fund we could access?
Pour it over.
Oh, a total upgrade, a total upgrade. At some point, and I know there's a lot of roads in the county that needs attention, but at some point, we're going to have to upgrade that road through there as an access to the Commerce Park. And I'm sorry, you broke up.
Most of the your plan money is earmarked for unpaved roads that probably have to be from some other fund that county staff has been participating with our local assistance people in finding some of those other types of funding. And we can work with Anthony Ford, who is a VDOT employee at the Salem District, who sets up calls 3 or 4 times a year with the counties to identify projects such as these and try to find the funding for them.
Well, I know we as a board have not specifically talked about that, but at some point we we need to, and as that area grows out there, we're probably going to have to start looking for some of that funding. But that was all. That was the only question I had, sir.
Okay.
608 and 670 are the 2 roads. 608 is Sunny Ridge, 670 is Double Spring. But if they're old, if they're the early 2000s, then
Well, it's divided into 2, and I don't know if any part of Sunny Ridge is paved.
none.
None of it? Well, there's about a 2.5 mile section of Sunny Ridge from Bethlehem Church Road to Double Springs that does qualify. Got 50 vehicles a day. From Double Springs to Hale Road, only has 30 vehicles a day. And Double Springs, did you say it's 680?
No,
I'm sorry, 670.
670, yeah.
Scrolling here, just 670 Double Springs. It's one section of it. Yeah, it's 1.6 miles long, and it has 50 vehicles a day. So
That area has.
I'll put another counter on there
Yeah.
because it qualifies.
We will.
There's no reason to.
Okay, yeah, there's just been more and more people starting to move out in that little bubble of a section, and then they come over from Stonewall, and there you go, he goes through there twice a day.
Those would be good ones to consider.
Okay.
I'll put them on. Wait till next year at this time to put them on there. We can discuss some others. You got about with $2 million. You got about two miles of road that you could add in. 4 half-mile sections or whatever.
This unpaved road project on Reedsville, I understand this right. You say you had a couple of projects ahead of it, but you didn't have the money to do them, but you'd have enough money to do at 1.2 mile on Reedsville.
Reedsville's programmed for like the middle of the 6-year plan right now, and so the money is not on there yet because it's on Hope and Starbuck. It's the next one to get money after Hope and Starbuck are done, but there's just the 1.2 mile section of Reedsville, which goes to Wade.
Right. So if they wanted to put another section on there.
The board would have to put the next section.
That's what I mean, can they do that?
Yeah, there's a 1.6 mile section that gets you to the next intersection, then another 1.6 that gets you to Elmridge.
You had anything?
No, since we've already had the public comment, I think it would be diligent to wait till the
Yeah.
next public comment before we make this to the 6-year road plan.
I think so.
That works for us. We can put the last 2 years of the 6-year plan money in just like a holding kind of account
It wouldn't make the difference of it getting done this year or
Nope,
not.
nope.
No, it really.
It's not getting done for another 4 years.
Right.
Story.
Yep.
So the people in Reedsville can come back to our next.
If they want, the next section, first 1.2 miles is good.
Good on the list.
Yes.
Not happening necessarily this year.
No, not this year. Open Starbucks next, but Reedsville will be
Just-
after that.
Just
Yeah.
clarifying.
You do believe Hope is going to be done this year too?
I think there'll be some close to get that.
Good.
With Starbucks and Hope, I don't think our crews can do both of those, so we'll have to get a contract and that always, you never know when the system will get it going.
You know, come back on their night meeting.
How much of Hope is going to be done? It doesn't list it here.
Just a small section.
Yeah, it was little.
Yes.
It's like 3/4 of a mile.
Maybe not.
Okay.
It might not. It seems that long.
Yeah, that's what surprised me. I thought it was.
Yeah.
But it came back way under what I was estimating.
Well, there's a good chance that Reedsville can pop back up and be right on the top of the list for next year.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
There you go.
All right.
I'll-
We'll take it up next one.
All right, thank y'all.
Thank you. We'll give them the previous. Oh, you need to.
Thank you, Dave.
Thanks, David.
What?
Would you accept a motion? Chair, I'd like to make a motion to accept the draft as presented for the secondary road 6-year plan. 2023, 24 through 2028/29, the 6 years.
Second.
Second discussion. All right.
All right, on the motion to approve the draft 6-year road plan covering 23-24 through 28-29 as presented, Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
all right, and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much.
That was easy. I'll tell you what, they've been moving faster on these.
That's
things.
why, yes.
They've been moving faster on these. Really have.
And I apologize. I got a text earlier that Kevin is home under the weather, and I was trying to get him to call in anyway, but I haven't been able to get him. So
We do 2 people on our new system?
We could,
yeah.
yeah, you can merge a call with it, yeah.
Whoa.
Speed.
So with that, I'll let, if it's all right with you, Mr. Chair, we kind of update everybody from a staff perspective on what's going on with cybersecurity and what's been forwarded to the State Board of Election.
Okay. Kevin and I both had a really good meeting with Amy last week, and we actually are in a better position than what we originally had thought. So a lot of the things that we've been doing here recently have actually made our networks a lot more secure than they have been in the past. And we are still moving forward with the .gov, and we've actually got a few emails that are working now with it. So the Active Directory, we've already built the forest online, and it's ready to go. We just have to assign licenses. So besides that, we've Kevin and myself and Amy, we decided we're going to have a weekly meeting and to kind of like get together and make sure we're all on the same page with everything. And it's like I say, it was really productive last week. We had a meeting with the Virginia Board of Elections, and they seem to think we were in a good position to move forward as well. So
Great. That's excellent on that weekly meeting.
yes,
As we move forward. Lines of communication staying open are
yeah, very important. Yeah, yeah.
Yep. That's great, dude.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, it was playing.
Yeah. Well, you know, draw for wild cards.
It's definitely coming together.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
uh, just one quick thing, and it kind of ties in, and it doesn't. Just want to let Mr. Lowry know that that problem I was talking to him about.
Yes.
I'm still having it.
Okay.
It hasn't changed.
Okay.
Thank you.
If I might, the only thing I would add is I really appreciate Danny and Kevin and Amy, the three of them sitting down and just kind of slogging through all this and having everybody at the table together, looking to get to a good answer for everybody. So really appreciate all the staff work on everybody's part. Thank you. And sorry, as a part of that, I think what kind of our understanding is that, you know, your staff, Danny, Kevin, and I will continue to report into you all on a regular basis, how things are going. And then, of course, Amy can report into her board as well, but that we're going to try to keep most of the function day to day, having to fill out forms and stuff, at least from our perspective and our side to the staff here.
Yeah.
If that works.
Right.
Let's see. With that, Mr. Chairman, I think we have a long list of reasons to go to closed session.
Then I'll take a motion to go into closed session, 2.23711 A3, A5, and A7.
So moved.
Second.
On the motion to move into closed session under 2.23711A3, discussion or consideration of the acquisition of real property for a public purpose, or the disposition of publicly held real property where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body. And that includes manufacturing and real property acquisition. Also 2.23711A5, discussion concerning a prospective business or industry or the expansion of an existing business or industry that relates to advanced manufacturing projects where no previous announcement has been made, and that's related to business expansion. And then finally, 2.23711A7, consultation with legal counsel and briefings by staff members or consultants pertaining to actual or probable litigation where such consultation or briefing in an open meeting would adversely affect the negotiating or litigating posture of the public body. With that, Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
thank you, and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
Thank you. We are moved to closed session.
We're gonna hang up on Jerry and then call him back from the other phone.
Can we call him back? Can we move that phone?
Well,
Disconnect. Yeah, disconnect.
Yeah, we're gonna hang up on you and call you back, Mr. Booth. Thank you.
It's just, does that one work so much better?
Right, Mr. Drought here, yes. Yeah, the idea would be to have a phone back there. Yeah.
Did you see? Is that would be necessary since the new accounting software is going to require a significant additional workload for county finance staff? Is he kidding?
Who?
We are still having communications with the other.
Do you want me in there
We're in
now or
closed
later?
session.
Yeah. I think we'll probably start with Ladina.
Text me
Yeah.
and then if you need me for anything, just turn my notes.
Shower. Take care.
Update. Oh, you leaving?
Leaving, yeah. I'm gonna go home.
Excellent. So good to see you.
Y'all be good.
All right. Just gonna spend something to see you.
See you.
Bye, Leanne. Stay well. I have to give you these. So with these. And if I remember anything, then because there was something that I remember we threw quickly out, and we bantered, and then we put it down, or squirreled, which shocking. If nothing else, we should probably talk about Maurice. I'm sorry? Should probably talk about that. Okay, but it seems like that wasn't it. Oh, you know what? They actually let me email her because they. Okay. Make sure that's off. Bye.
vote to get out of closed session?
I'll make that motion.
Second?
Okay. Okay, on the motion to come out of closed session, Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
okay, and Mr. Turman.
Yes.
And we probably would note he was in a secure location. I think I'm supposed to say that.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
So move.
Second?
Right, on the motion to certify that we only talked about the things that we were supposed to talk about in closed session, Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yeah.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
okay, and Mr. Turman.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, well, we're gonna take
Could I
a,
make a request?
Go ahead.
Could you call me back on the phone?
Yes,
Let's try that and see if I can hear better.
you got it.
and were you gonna take a few minutes to eat and maybe call him?
15 minutes. 15 minutes.
Okay, Jerry, is it okay we call you in 15 minutes?
30.
Whatever, that'd be fine.
Okay, thank you.
She did. I believe for the next item, oh, here she is.
Solid waste.
Yes. There is a copy of it in your folder for review.
Got it?
Solid waste.
Solid waste.
That's the new business on the back. See? Where we are?
Okay, what am I saying about solid
How
waste?
do you not have a seat?
I don't. Oh, solid waste ordinance review. Oh, yeah. Hey, I thought I was going to get to the easy stuff. And you. So anyway, and it's unfortunate that Mr. Booth isn't here with us in person. But I know that you all wanted to walk through the solid waste ordinance and have some opportunities, not necessarily to rewrite it all today, but just be able to kind of walk through and see if you had any things you would like us to highlight, to maybe bring up with Steve. I have spoken to some friendlier voices at DEQ. Yeah, I'm still trying. And they said there really isn't a model solid waste ordinance for a small county. Everybody kind of goes it on their own, but they would be happy to look at something if we were starting to draft something. So.
But they would, yeah, it's kind of the laugh.
Well,
Sorry. I didn't have it on, I didn't have it on mute, did I? I have no doubt they would be more than happy to look at it after we draft it.
Well, that is, I will say, it's the person that I've worked with the most on kind of like when we were changing the hours back and forth at the transfer station and those kind of things. So they have been, this particular person has been pretty helpful to me on some of these things. They're the kinder, gentler side. They just need to like move her to the other side and let her do a different job.
There you go. I had talked to Dr. Millsap, I don't know, the other day. Do you still have that list of stuff that I'd mentioned?
I do on the back of something here, but I might miss some of them. So I know a lot of Mr. Booth's comments related to trying to clarify and expand authority for either the county or the sheriff or someone in between to be able to do something about, I think that the specific mention, if I remember right, Mr. Booth, is there's actually nothing that says you can't just leave stuff sitting next to the green box, and there's nothing that says you can't feed the animals.
Those aren't in our ordinance, but those fall into other ordinances. Right. So.
Well, see, the point is, the only option the sheriff's office has had is to use the state litter laws. And and this will be something that would have to be run by Steve, but if we have the authority, if we have the authority, I would like to see something put in there concerning, waste left outside of the boxes, and especially the feeding of the animals at the boxes. And I think, I apologize, I haven't done the research I should have for a lot of reasons, but I want to say that we can do something within the confines of this ordinance. And I'd recommend whatever the high limit of the penalty is allowed is what we go with. That's a large problem, the biggest part of our problems at these green box sites is where people are feeding animals, that's drawing them in, and the waste they're leaving outside of the boxes.
Yeah, Jerry, I agree, and like I'm at the penalties section right now, and it's $2,500 up to,
and 12 months in prison.
But but that's directly related to stuff inside the containers.
Right.
See, there's no specific mention of stuff left outside of the container.
Yeah, because we don't have anything in the ordinance. So that the penalty is just across the board, the solid way, we've got tipping fees, we've got, violation of this division. I don't know.
I thought there was a maximum fine of $75
For littering?
Yeah, no,
That's in
for,
the state code.
for using our green boxes. 'Cause that's what used to be $500. Judge fined $500. It's changed to 75.
Yeah, because I think it's.
And I know some in law enforcement, and I agree wholeheartedly that we double, triple it, or whatever. Because a lot of people, they say, well, I'll pay $75.
Yeah.
And there was another thing that was brought to my attention. If you get caught, like this morning, dumping in the green boxes and you're charged, you can't be charged with subsequent offense that day. You can come back as many times as you want to during the day, however you can be charged.
Wow.
Pick a day and make it worth your while.
So I think it should. You get charged an hour later, you back doing it again. I mean, that's the way it is with driving suspended and everything else. You don't get one time and then get a free pass for the rest of the day.
Okay.
So I think that's something we need to get Steve to look at, see if it's in there.
Yeah, it's almost like we should have Steve look at this and.
Well, I think he knew we were going to do this today. I did let him know, but I think what he had suggested is if he could get a sense, as you are doing right now, of kind of what the direction is that you're thinking about, then he could go back and say, well, there's a reason that it's that way, or we could go ahead and fix that. So the things I have written down from y'all so far is related to something related to putting waste outside of the box, purposely putting it outside the box, also feeding animals outside the box, moving to the high limit on the fine. Subsequent fines would be allowed on the same day. I think one of the things that I had written on the list when Mr. Booth and I were talking is, and I think that he remembered at one time this was this way because of a DEQ requirement, but it may not be that way anymore, that we currently prohibit anyone other than the town from doing private sector removal of debris and trash. And that, maybe part of a solution could be if DEQ would allow it, but it seems like they allow it other places, that some private sector folks could say on these other little places that may not be big enough for waste management, but somebody could pick several streets and say, I'll come by every week and pick empty your boxes and take them, or your cans, and take it to the transfer station.
That would be nice.
Yeah, those visions were put in there back when we were facing the Quadrant issue, 93, which was a company that was going to be hauling waste into the county and sorting through it. And we couldn't flat out ban it, but basically within the requirements in this ordinance, it made it cost prohibitive. And we found out here not too long ago, we had a gentleman that wanted to provide that service, I think up in Indian Valley. And of course, it was so cost prohibitive, there was no way he could do that. I'm not saying we take all restrictions off, but maybe we need to look at it in a different light. And I don't know exactly how, but that's where I would rely on Steve. I think maybe we should consider backing off of that some.
See with John Bone a couple of years ago.
Yeah, that's
Probably about 3 or 4 years ago. Found out he had to be bonded.
Mhm.
All these other permits.
I would really like to look into lifting that because it would be very beneficial to our aging
That's what I was
population.
gonna say, yeah, like,
So, and these younger kids who are looking for entrepreneur opportunities, you know, so they could work together. The kids provide a service or somebody and helping these elderly residents out to get their.
I think also they should be required to bring it to the transfer station, not just simply to the dumpsters. There would be a tipping fee involved, just like it would if it was Waste Management or some other company. Because he's operating a business, or not he, but whoever. Right now, any contractors that bring waste to the landfill have to go across the tipping fee because they are a business. Unless we're going to do away with something like that, which I don't think we should. I mean, it is a business. If they're picking up trash for a fee, then, you know, now if they can bring some kind of documentation or something that shows that they're doing it for free or they're good-natured heart, that's a whole other thing. But it would still be, even if we allow an individual to do it, if they're charging the citizens to haul the waste for them, then that is a business.
Yeah. So right now, as it stands, we don't let anybody scavenge. We don't let anybody throw ashes in. We don't let anybody throw the 1 through 15 in our green boxes, but we're not enforcing that as such. And it's a matter of what can we enforce? What can we, if we can hold contractors to the $2,500 dollars, 12 months imprisonment, then there should be penalties for the others. Not that I'm trying to make criminals out of people, but we have to be able to get our, you know, people need to know that they have to go to the transfer station with some of these bigger ones because trucks are breaking. And the animal carcasses are horrible for the hunting season.
I know that scavenging one. Used to be there was a father and son. Past now, but they would go around scavenging green boxes. They got so bad that they was finding first the papers and other people. And so anyway, we had to start charging them. They would get them out in the paper that we was charging with scavenging. We had a gentleman in it, Ms. Dan, that was going around picking up boxes from employees and stuff like that, refurbishing them, giving them needy kids.
Yeah.
So people started raising Cain and he couldn't dig it. So, you know,
yeah,
you get a vicious cycle started.
Yeah. Yeah. Get that.
And I know a guy where they 2 or 3 that goes around every day. They get a circuit, they scavenge. You know, they get cans.
Which would keep them out of the, you know, waste stream.
Yeah, during the summer, I ran into several people that they don't scavenge the green boxes because they know they can't do that, but they wait at the transfer station. I'm okay with that. They ended up with a lot of stuff out of my little house up here.
Because they wait at the transfer station inside the vents. They just hang out.
Mhm.
You'd be surprised when
Yeah.
people throw away.
Are they actually going into the transfer station floor to retrieve the items?
No, they just stop you on when you're coming in and being like, "Hey, what are you going to do with those?"
Oh,
I'm gonna give them to this guy.
Station all,
okay.
I have never had anybody.
It's like I was telling you about. I was up there at the bring boxes up on the road and they off to them. And these people whipped the dog house over in that row. And she was talking to another couple and they hadn't no one got out of sight. This guy comes in, looks at the dog house, backs up and puts it in the back of the truck and goes down the road with it. So, I told her, I said, something like that, I don't get bent out of shape if they can use it. And it's that much less we have to haul off, but there's no way to.
Maybe we should have Steve, to your point, kind of look at the use of the term scavenge, because when I've talked to people and when I've read things on Facebook, a lot of folks will say, "Well, I leave it there because I think somebody else might be able to use it." And they don't, but they're smart enough to know to not put it in a box, because then if somebody tries to get it, then they're scavenging. So I don't know if there's some way.
Debates on Facebook.
Yep.
Yep.
That was one. Let's see. Sorry, Miss Ruth. I was.
I was reading through this. If you look at section 42, number 8, then that'll refer back to one of the problems I was discussing with you.
Yeah, and I pulled up my list here, Miss Ruth. I found it.
Yeah.
Oh, is this the
Oil.
The oil? Okay.
Another potential leachate. And if I'm not mistaken, that by the reference, that's directly out of the Code of Virginia as well.
Here, it's pretty broad. Statute is.
I think one of the other things that's come up is I know of one place in particular where the business does uses the green box. They don't rent their own green box, but they have their employees walk across the street and throw all their leftovers in the green box, and that has turned into an infestation. So I don't know if you guys are okay. One of the things I thought we might put on the list is have Steve look at, is there a point at which we can just deposit a commercial green box on their property and say, or send them a letter, if you don't stop this, we're going to put a commercial green box on your property and start charging you the $50 a month.
This is going towards Christian Third on the Day.
Easy.
You could probably make it.
Well, it already says that. Yeah, but it doesn't.
We have no.
Yeah, I think what we need to do is put teeth in the.
Yeah, because we've got an ordinance.
A good one. We don't have any teeth.
Well, and if I might, that was one of the things that Mr. Booth had brought up, that if it's not a deputy, because deputies are costly, could it be a county position, and could they be allowed to enforce it? Is there a way to make that happen?
We was talking about that gentleman. Brian said, he would be happy. Because he does a lot of that over and above what his job.
I mean, they have been working more with the town than previous, You know, the town for some time, I don't know how long, but for some time has paid towards an officer to enforce things in town. And now that's become more active. So there's kind of precedence, and so they handle parking and all that as well. It's not a separate person, but it just kind of adds to the list, because it's not enough money to pay for a full person, but it does help subsidize and recognize this is something the town wants done.
You know, if we just had somebody that worked 3 days,
40 hours a week, whatever you want. With random hours, random days or times. So it's not Monday through Friday 8 to 5. So you know at 5:30 green boxes with
things. Set them.
I think the other big bucket that was in Mr. Booth and I, well, one of the two remaining buckets was related to an appropriate way to address construction waste. So it says you're not supposed to, but there was also some, I don't know if it makes sense or not, there's some thought about what if you have folks effectively prepay, you know, like in some other states, you prepay for your tire disposal when you buy your tire. So, or you buy white goods tax, you pay an extra $20 or whatever their amount is. And that kind of prepays the cost of taking it to the landfill eventually. I don't know if that would work or not.
it seemed just on my rough math that most of the tires that we haul out aren't purchased here in. So that tax won't help us.
I buy all my tires at one stop over.
See?
I buy all my tires at
Of course,
Nichols
when I go back up there, they have.
CMC, yes.
I get, my car only goes to the
There you go. So where
They'll
are
come get you. They'll come get you. So
Look at it, and yes. Maybe they sell down here. Place.
Yeah, don't forget your tires on your car. Nichols, brother.
Everybody else. Nichols does.
Oh, yeah.
In-laws do it.
CNC.
Just places in.
Pretty much.
the last thing I had on the list from Mr. Booth and I's conversation had to do with I wrote down Franklin County and Walnut Knob.
Yeah.
No. That's all I wrote down. I don't know what that means.
We love that little spot out there.
Well, years ago, we entered into an agreement with Franklin County that we would accept waste from the people in that area.
Right.
And I'm not sure that we may have for some reason, I want to think down toward Bend Mountain, there might have been another agreement, but I can't recall. But we might need to also revisit that agreement if we can find a copy of it. That's something that we may want to make an adjustment in as well.
Okay, so look at those if we can find some of those old agreements. And I know up on the Patrick County line, there is not an agreement. But there are green boxes that are nearby. But we've all recently discovered that a small portion of most properties up there are actually in Floyd. Most of the way across there.
You go out, you.
Same thing from down on Silverleaf, around Walnut Knob. You're in Franklin, you're in Floyd.
The final thing I had on my list is, did we want to have the staff look at what our existing tipping fees are?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. And I know that most of our contractors do the right thing. I know they do. Most of them do go down, but I know that there are smaller, folks like that one up on Black Ridge Road.
Yeah.
I mean, water heater boxes, plumbing equipment. I remember seeing that a lot. So it's not everybody.
It only takes a few.
But it only takes a few, like the one contractor, your neighbor, have been seen dumping in a green box, and
Bones Mill was the worst there throughout from Friday evenings and during Thursday, Friday. Construction material just magically appeared. So,
well,
Yeah. I did turn a sub in. I caught a sub the other day, Franklin Pike. It's like, hey, what are you doing? What are you doing work for? So I called. Apparently they got a call from one of our yeah, from one of our regular builders. No, that's not the deal.
yeah.
So but maybe
Well,
Yeah, I've done that too at the 615 green box. I've said, hey, I'd take that over to the transfer station. It's closed. Well, then you gotta go when it's open.
but you also have to remember that, we don't charge the citizens for their waste. If they bring it to the tipping floor or to the green boxes, a lot of your contractors on small jobs is just working it out, and the part of the agreement is the homeowner, responsible for disposing of any waste materials.
Mm.
So where that falls back is if it's something that shouldn't be in the green box, then it falls back on the homeowner, not necessarily the contractor. Just food for thought.
well, then maybe if you like from a staff perspective, maybe two things we could do is whenever it is we issue any kind of building related permit, we would attach something that reminds them of the limitations, because some folks may not know or have forgotten.
Right.
And of course, reminding them suggests that we be paying attention, even if that's true or not.
Yeah, if you just had some of the guidelines printed out and handed to them along with their building permit, yeah, that would probably go a long way.
Yeah, and then the other thing we could do in conjunction with that maybe is I could go ahead, if you guys are okay with it, send a letter out maybe from both Mark and I, just to all of our kind of known regular builders. And say, hey, just a reminder, these as we come into the building season, these are the rules as it relates to solid waste. Thank you for helping us.
Yeah.
Were we ever able to get our roll-offs that were on free loan out there, get those pulled back? We talked about
Yes.
a long time ago.
Yes. We got the ones that we were targeting to
Yes, okay.
obtain.
Very
Yes.
good.
Yes.
Good. We'll back it up.
Or dispersed to the various areas. Yes,
Right.
yes.
Nice agreement. Return.
Correct.
And we are no longer in the business of going out to commercial businesses and dumping their green boxes that they have on their site, are we?
Oh yeah, not for free, but
Oh,
they
we
pay.
don't?
Yeah, they
Okay.
pay. Yeah, and then if
And that
they
was
don't
great.
pay, they get a letter. And if they don't pay after a second letter, then Cheryl goes and picks them up. And then they call Jenny and want to know where the box went. And that's happened a couple of times.
Same place your check is.
So, have we raised those fees as of late? Yes, so we might want to.
Green boxes or roll-offs?
Well, whatever.
Commercial green box.
Commercial, whatever we have. So there are some businesses in this county that are out in the county that have green boxes on them, or have had green boxes on them. And I've seen our trucks drive up their driveway. Yeah,
Yeah, it's a separate run from a regular green box.
I understood that, yeah. But what I want to know is, have we raised those fees?
I think so.
I want to look at those as well.
Yes, we can do that. I will say as a positive thing about those folks, it is those businesses that are allowing us to hit all of our recycling targets.
Right.
So it is very much our three, well, H&V, Crenshaw, the winery, not shocking. They have wine bottles for some reason. But those make up a lot of our recycling, and so that in turn generates about $11,000 a year.
Okay.
So that does happen. It'd be nice if we did more. That part seems to be working most effective. It's the people and the bears that don't. When you think about $50 a month for a green box with pickup every month or every week is.
Now, I do understand that they're helping us. That is rather
Generous on counties.
Mhm. Mhm. Anything else to add to the Stephen window review? Okay. Mr. Booth, did I get everything on your list? Woo. Steve will be so excited. I think he kind of sighed when I mentioned this. As I tell my daughter, some things at work just aren't as fun as others. So I think we're just to me. I think that's correct. Okay. And under me, audit update. So in front of you, you actually finally have an audit. And so we purposely did not invite Scott today because a couple of you had asked for an opportunity to maybe look over it a little bit, contact us with additional questions in advance. And then we would ask him to come maybe to our next daytime meeting or something like that, or nighttime just. And so, there were some, as we noted to you, some differences of opinion, and there continue to be between Mr. Wickham and Kim and I think is fair to say. I would be remiss if I didn't note to you that there were two material findings, and we kind of argued about some of those still. The first has been the same for several years now, that we should have controls in place to prepare financial statements in accordance with current reporting standards, and that they do not contain all necessary adjustments. So essentially, they're saying that, well, there are some journal entries that the auditor has to come back with, and therefore that's a weakness. I will say that we have yet to receive a listing of journal entries, best of our knowledge. We wrote to him again today. So he does have some, but we didn't get them. And I will also say again, I wasn't a county administrator previously.
right.
But I have had many places where there were additional journal entries. My last place, depending on the year, was somewhere between 25 and 50. And they were never listed as a weakness. They were just listed as, and that was someone who had an accounting degree. She had not sat for a CPA because she has test anxiety, but she had done her full accounting degree. And that was never listed as a material weakness. So not to say it's not something that shouldn't be addressed, but it is a difference of opinion on how to classify that. And then the monthly reconciliations, we've had some challenges with that, and we continue to candidly have some challenges with that, in part because the bank closes the month on the 25th. So challenging. But again, I would be remiss if I didn't post all those things on here. I will tell you that because these two are listed, I have to put something in writing when we send this to the Federal Clearinghouse that says how we're going to address these. So the first one has the same language as it did last year that said when we get the journal entries from the attorney, this is page 152, 153. When we get the journal entries, we will of course put them in. So we'll say that again. Related to the second one, you'll see it said, Scott wants me to write that the county will engage a consulting CPA firm to assist with training staff and preparing for the audit. And then in the other language, says, or hire a consultant, CPA consultant. And so what I've been going back and forth with our auditor about is, as far as I'm concerned, my authority as the county administrator to authorize hiring a new staff person in the upcoming budget year is, well, that's not within my authority. If you all choose to fund that, and that's the level you want to fund it at, then I'll be happy to say we would do that. But right now, that is not my decision. Statutorily, that's a decision of the board. So he came back and said, well, we could say we got Munis, so that'll be part of our solution. So I'm willing to put that down.
We asked the bank to close their month at the end of the month. Well, maybe that could be the response.
Not that, yeah, I would assume that Missy would have to have that conversation with the bank.
It would be nice if the calendar said that.
Yes, yeah, because they close out theirs on the 25th. So
All
even
banks do that?
No.
So if we were to move our money to another bank, we might not have that.
correct.
That's just a question that I was asked.
Yes, not all banks do that. That's just what appears. Skyline closes on the 25th. So a lot of stuff that you see, like with the payroll's the last day of the month. Well, current month payroll is not
It never
clean.
matches.
It's clean. It'll never match, and it really goes into the following month as far as our books.
Let's hope.
Yes. So, I mean, it is between the treasurer and myself, there are some things for reconciliation purposes that are challenging.
Mhm.
But
Interesting.
Yeah. And then I would note, for those of you who are not aware, pages 6 through through 16? 17. That's the section that I wrote and Kim helped edit and modify as needed. So that's kind of our perspective on a lot of these things. So just recognize that is not, Scott did question one of the things in there and I didn't change it. And I've written it slightly differently than how it's been written in the past. I tried to pick up a lot of the things that we did before, but I also took out several things that I thought were kind of repetitive and instead tried to replace it with things that I saw from some other counties that I thought might provide you a little bit more policy information, not as much kind of repeating detail. And one of the major highlights that one of the good things I will tell you is that our tax collection rate continues to be very high. And I know you all always point out that that's a combination of the staff, Lisa's staff doing a great job, but also, folks here just making that a priority as part of the culture. And so I think that's always important to point out. We do also have, and you'll see some discussion on here, a difference of opinion about how to show grant funds and the ARPA funds. And then there is another item related to the fire and rescue fund. So as I think I told you all, I mentioned to you all at the last meeting that it is my belief, and Scott eventually said he agreed, but then he went ahead and put it in anyway, that the legal obligation for the fire and rescue fund and the expenditure of that 2 cents started in 1987. And so in my opinion, that legal requirement has been extinguished. Has expired. So there doesn't, by law, there doesn't need to be a separate fire and rescue fund. However, you all have had a policy position over the years of continuing to have that fund, but that is a policy decision as opposed to a legal requirement. And so I wanted to define that a little bit differently. And then I would just also note that spending more than $4.5 million on the radio system, I could certainly argue that a portion of that is supportive of fire and rescue efforts. And that has not, historically, that type of investment has not been credited to that fund. It's been pretty much just expenditures for fire truck kind of things. So as you read through this, of course, you might have other questions. Feel free to reach out to Kim and I, and we will have Scott come speak, but a couple of you'd asked to have some opportunity to review it before he came. We have a very thick final bound copy. This is the thickest one they've ever given us. Oh, yeah. They gave us enough for, I don't know, maybe all the kids that attended Floyd Elementary. I'm not sure. They sent us 2 boxes full.
I'll come by and pick up a copy of that one then.
Okay, we'll make sure to have it one at the front desk just if for some reason you missed Kim in. Otherwise, you're welcome to come back.
One suggestion I had, and the board may not agree, I know we're having a time getting meetings for our budget discussions, but maybe the other board members could think, and maybe we could have a meeting where we just meet and discuss the audit.
We could invite Scott to a budget meeting that's in the morning.
No. I'm just talking about the board of supervisors and you two, and us just go through the budget page by page or section by section or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the audit. I'm sorry. Just food for thought.
I think that would be a really good idea.
Okay.
You want to try and figure that out now, Jerry?
Well, we hadn't figured out our next budget meeting yet, other than the one we got this afternoon. So maybe after we do that, we could.
Yeah, I think around all my appointments.
I proposed several, but you all only officially said you were doing the next couple. But I had laid out a schedule for your consideration that included more than that.
Yeah, I moved my appointments for this coming Thursday, the 13th. Yeah, I changed everything.
Let's say 8:30 on Thursday.
13th. Yeah, so we're meeting, Jerry.
I don't have my calendar in front of me. Forgive me.
All right. Thursday.
I got it wrote down on my hand. But yeah, if we could, I think it might be beneficial. That way we could discuss it and the audit and be a little more prepared for when he does come.
Sure. That sounds great. All right, the next item, if I might, I finally had just 2 remaining options or 2 issues. One is the financing update. We did do a call with Kyle and some of the folks from Davenport recently. And so kind of laid out what you all had directed. They've kind of shifted their thinking just a little bit. David had originally suggested 1.5 to 2 million. He said, well, if you know you're going to need 1.7, just go ahead and say 2. And so that's kind of their suggestion. We went through some specifics. He was going to follow up with Steve and also get Sands Anderson bond counsel engaged and go through some of those issues about would it be a municipal bond or not, some of those kind of things. So we're looking to schedule a follow-up call with them here in the next couple of days to start moving that along. But we are moving it along. And so I think that seems to be going all right. Any questions about that? And then the last thing is the county events update. Of course, on April 22nd, we have a big day at the park. and was kind of wondering if you all wanted to maybe, assuming the weather's good, it starts at 10, if maybe we wanted to gather up there a little bit before 10 that day and do a ribbon cutting and a picture with you all that we could try to go ahead and get into the paper if you'd like. And so this would be kind of both for the playground and the new building. And then, of course, the event is also a kite flying event, and there will be kites available. Kites, some of them will be available for free if kids can't afford them. They'll have some. They'll also be giving away trees. And the trees will be free, but if you want to have one of the little pipes that help them grow, those will be, I think, $4 or $5, something like that. Not a great deal.
Get them.
So the deer don't get them. Yep. So all those things will be going on that day, and we'll have some vendors up there. I'll get our April 22nd, Earth Day. Saturday. Yes, at the park.
Yep.
Just to maybe, if you all were interested, to see it and take a picture. And hopefully we'll have a lot of kids and stuff out there. I would say if we did 9:30, just to get everybody there, maybe get a picture before. Does that work for everybody? We could do 10. 10 is fine. I sleep. I like Saturday, 10s. You want to do 10 instead of 9:30?
30.
I don't care. 10's fine.
10. What time does the event get underway?
10.
Yeah, so
9:30.
Yeah. Okay, that's good. Yes. And again, I think you'll see some other things up there that if you haven't been up to the park in a while, you'll notice there's been some additions. Not a ton, because there's only so much money, but some additions kind of slowly but surely. Okay.
You're right, did it?
Chris,
Now we got board time. Anybody got anything?
I'd like to say that the people who came up and spoke regarding Floyd Fest during our public comment time, that we, I think as a board, wholeheartedly understand their angst over the cancellation of Floyd Fest and the impact that it's going to have to them financially. And that they can be assured that we did not take a vote. This was not a decision on our part that prevented Floyd Fest from happening. I'm not against Floyd Fest. I'm not for Floyd Fest, but I am absolutely for personal property rights and the ability to do what you like on your property. And support Floyd Fest in their endeavors as entrepreneurs and property owners in the county.
Yeah, I think it's people out here don't have to quit listening to lie about. We voted, had a vote to bring them here.
And a vote
And
to
we
stop
didn't.
them.
And a vote to stop them. We didn't have that vote. And so we didn't have a vote to cancel it for this year. And they're separate from us. You know, we're just making sure that they got the proper permits and everything. And like you said, I feel sorry for the people that invested money, make money this year, and lost their money.
A lot of people struggled coming through COVID, and they were looking at this first open year as a golden opportunity, and now they've been presented with a major struggle, and it will be very sad if anybody doesn't make it through this year with their small business because of this loss of revenue.
If also, the concern I have is the impact on other properties in that area with DEQ and their actions on this. Specifically, the two species they mentioned, you know, they don't follow boundary lines or fences or whatever. This potentially has has impact on the entire community down there from the property rights standpoint as well.
It does. But you only have to have a complaint by somebody to get DEQ on your land. So if somebody doesn't complain,
Well, from with DEQ and some of these other state agencies, if they have a complaint or something like that and it's in that area, then they start looking at everything going on in that area, not necessarily just that one property. Certain amount of land disturbing activity, house building, some of the farming operations that are impact. I mean, I'm not setting aside the economic impact. That's going to be terrible for a lot of people, but if there's a uniformity in the enforcement of regulations, then there's far more people potentially to be impacted in that area.
yeah, but it was, yeah, moving up the earth, but yeah, I understand what you're saying, Jerry. I mean, that's where the permit got denied, was in earth moving, but.
Plowing of a field
Yes,
is
I hear
land
you.
disturbing. Digging a yard and a basement is land disturbing. Associated with the farming, some of the, there are still farmers that still spray some of their crops. That may have to come to an end. I mean, there's no telling where, and being the DEQ, they stop where they want to stop.
I think that's the case in point. They stop where they want to stop.
Nothing for me.
If I may, I just think a thank you to staff for all they went through to get us to this final audit. I know it wasn't easy, but thank y'all for hanging in there.
You're welcome. Welcome, Jerry. Thank you. Thank you. Danny stated he held the brunt of it all.
I do have something, just about, being able to work with our other departments. I hope that I hope that the Board of Elections and the registrar, I hope this helps us to continue to work together with the counties, other offices to help alleviate whatever problems they have too. Kudos to all of you and Kevin and all of our county departments that work tirelessly to kind of keep everybody together and on point and working in the most efficient way. I really do appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay.
Do we have anything on the correspondence?
I don't know if I put it in a course. I don't know if I got it. I didn't put it in the correspondence folder, but I sent to you. So it should be in there. I just didn't do that anyway. The letter from the Virginia Department of Health regarding the grant to the PSA. And so wanted you all to have the letter from the department itself about that. So it's a combination, if you all saw that, of almost $1 million of potential grant, coupled with a little bit more than $500,000 in loan opportunity for the PSA for water and sewer. So,
Yeah, we're gonna have a discussion.
so happy with all the things that Mike has drafted, so many different sets of grants. So pleased to see that one of them finally bore fruit. So, thank you. Thank you to Mike Massey.
Yeah.
I think he's the one that should be getting the credit.
Yep.
And not other people that's trying to.
Yeah. You got that right.
The only other
Oh. I was just gonna say, looking in the correspondence on you got one from the citizens on the solar contract article. Then the next one from that same citizen says electric vehicle article, but I don't have an article. I've got,
You're right. Yeah.
I got public school cafeteria.
See what I get for trying to be helpful? I will put the electric, I have that as well, so I'll put that in there right now. Yeah, because that's what I was gonna note, that it was asked just to make note that those two articles were brought in for the board's review.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's me keeping you on your toes.
We need all the help we can get.
If I might, real quick, I just need to let you know, because I just opened this email. It's not bad. Just that Onward needs you to appoint your person to continue to serve, and they need it done after our next meeting. So we will put this on the agenda if you'd like for the night meeting.
And that's you?
It's me, and then I serve as the public official representative, and I also serve on the executive committee. There is a second seat for Industrial/Economic Development Authority appointment. And right now, Marty Holliday is that person for Floyd. And her appointment expires the same day mine was. So we just need to, she hasn't given me any indication she doesn't want to do it. And she and I are both present at just about everything.
Yeah, and that's a good combination, Marty, with their workforce. Yeah. Really important.
Make it to the workforce every now and then.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. Thank you. So we'll put it on, but since I got it, that's all.
Then I'll take a motion to adjourn from this one.
So moved.
Whoa.
I got one in.
Who is the second? I did. You did? Okay. Yeah. All right. On the motion to adjourn, Mr. Booth.
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel.
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbuck.
Yes.
Mr. Cox.
Yes.
And Mr. Terman.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. You are adjourned.
Into about 4 hours.